Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. So we're back to the boon chart. One thing I've noticed is that while these things are more distinct than icons have more or less the same thing in different colors, if you're doing anything comparing to the game, like looking at a stream or playing the game, what you're actually looking at is, in fact, these icons. Oh gosh, this has been worse lately too. So even though they're all going to look more or less the same, the thing you're kind of visually referencing is this. So I think I'm going to take these, but like kind of like put this in the corner. So these still have some like shape distinction. Which is going, we weren't actually looking up the trait icons in the current version of things, although I had a version where I did, so we just kind of have to go back to that. Okay, so there's the slot icon, which I think includes the slot menu. Okay, well, there's a menu. The menu gets to count from there. Oh, we have a keepsake menu. Well, that's going to be a custom thing anyway. Oh, we don't have a close here. Well, I need to have a no keepsake anyway. It's going to kind of fall into our other modes and things. Boon select for God is on a slot. Well, if we have all of their stuff, we could look it up, wouldn't we? But we're just doing God icon and God name right now. And I was reusing this button for convenience. Here's where we built display God buttons. There's bunting down to there. And see, in this case, it won't be the button. It will be like part of the button. Oh, let's just play slot select. So it was actually right near here. There's a button in here too, right? Because it's slot icon. Oh, your boon icon with a message. That means we would have versions with and without the God icon. Well, actually, if you take up the button part, That might be okay. So you have a message, you have a scaling factor, you have a frame, you have an image path, and you have a desk. In slot. Boon.icon, boon.name. There's many. That has to be all the boons. So your model. Looking for active trait that matches that condition. Model.traits. Boons for slot. So the slot menu is actually looking a little bit like that, I guess. Model.traits. So we're looking up all linkable gods. Boon select for a god in slot. Wait. Actually, linkable gods might just be a god cut down. Yeah, so you're just a list cut, so this should still work. Except traits don't know their god directly. And actually, let's say, wait, you're a traits wrapper. So you're okay. Yeah, you're to a list of gods, which is one thing that was in linkable gods. And boons for slot was off basic boons. Okay, well, basic boons is out there. Is slot is out there. So we can't quite use you. So we need the god, and we need, well, just like a list of traits, because we don't have the information on... I could make it a trait by just picking the first one, and then come back later. Although that puts us back into maybe territory, instead of empty list territory. So you were for God. This is only used here. Oh, you know what? We actually did a slutty in God because we didn't have to look up the boon. Once we look up the boon, we can't actually do a trade ID. Actually, the God is the thing we were going for before. Or do I just map you onto this call instead of doing a... instead of doing a tuple. So you were slot God. Slot God... Was it a boon? Or was it a trait? Okay, that's a structural change. If we leave the visuals alone for a little bit. I forgot to rename the function, looks like. Boon select boon. Oh, did I not reference enough of these to import it? List of traits. Oh. Now the entire thing is off. All right, because we're arguing about deciding if this should be a what. It's a list, so it is possible it could be nothing. Even though in practice that shouldn't happen. There's a menu for a slot. All the linkable gods. So I kind of want to convert this into a list of just the buttons, and that list could then be empty. But we also need the God information with that, which is kind of where I got to the tuple thing. I'm saying a list per. But this one item here is itself a map. So I kind of want to convert this list into that list. Although every item in here would then have to have the God information with it to turn into that. All right, so slot, da 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 da. Right, this parentheses, I see that parenthesis. Why are you showing there? Ah, because this. All right, so we take that into a list. Then we map that list. Actually, we should probably do something like this. Now there's one entry of that for every one of those. We've not changed presentation though. So the display gone button, what were we using for? Oh, does slot icon include the menu? And that's based on the model state, so that would become recursive. And the boon icon is the actual thing. All right, so display God is going to be in there somewhere. And actually, boon icon is a button. No, it's a button of a variable function. You need scaling factor now because we just used the constant we had there. Actually, so let's keep these primary closer to what we're doing here. You're an actual function, so you're kind of hard to get away from. This is a boon select button. We're not going to have this as a concern. Let's just switch to that for a little bit. But I really can't do this without scaled. Which, have we ever typed that? Float to int. Okay, and the one I was curious about is, yes, we're getting all of these right now. So size is going to be a bigger issue now. And what we wanted to do we're going to have to do something else because it's not actually a button. Well, I guess they both take actions. All right, I think I would prefer the other corner. That makes this even more complicated. Okay, so it's a meter kind of hides. I have to pick one of those corners for that to avoid that, though. And if we click over there, it's basically the same button. And then we've got this. So I might just want to move on to having that be having an actual selection for that. And then this, we're going to need some scaling work. Now, screen window. Also, I need to kind of close on this. Little thing I noticed is that these locks actually are used on the diamond shape in the game for the weapon aspects, but they are much smaller. It's basically right up to the edge of the diamond. Yep, that's Aries again. That's close. There's still some sense could be going around. God, what the... And I'm probably gonna have to redo everything with canvas just because of that. It feels like the in-game ones were even tighter though. And that should have already locked out some other things from that slot. Wow, this has gotten so much worse lately. I actually reloaded. I guess that resets something. Oh no, that dish didn't redraw properly. Oh my god. Why is everything terrible? That might actually be closer to the end game. Well, it was sort of like the effect of it going around. Okay, we can actually do that in notes too. Okay, so there was well, I guess any call. I don't even know if I had that on here. Although maybe a more immediate issue is the weapon stuff. I don't know how that's encoded in the data. Or Infernal Soul, for that matter. We know that there's the one thing that displays it. So what's the thing that matters? Well, any cast. Yeah, you don't have... Yeah, you know what? These aren't even in the category that has, like, dependent stuff. And you're like an ultimate, so that's just another one of your abilities, so it's not in there. I mean, the shield load ammo might just be a literal string detection thing. Could certainly do it that way. Ah, weapon names. So secondary name. Okay, so we have Zeus weapon trait. Or Zeus ranged trait. Weapon names. You know, just in case. Okay, so a lot of these are 6. Oh, self-load ammo applicator. Sword weapon. Sword weapon 2, sword weapon 3. Sword parry. Linked weapon upgrades. Trap weapons. Expire projectile, exclude projectile names. Lava weapon names. Hero trait weapons. Secondary weapons. Hero all weapons. Primary secondary weapons. Physical weapons. Hero ranged weapon. Hero ranged and hero non-physical. Hero dash weapons. Oh, fist weapon. Special dash. Gun weapon. Sniper gun weapon dash. Spear weapon dash. Shield throw dash. Shield weapon dash. Melee weapons 1-to-1. Melee ranged. Ram weapon. Any sense what that is? Anyway. Am I looking up anything else on these already? I feel like I loaded trait data. Attack penalty, change value. This has to be a special thing that checks whether you have the associated trait to it. On that Zeus lightning debuff. Okay, so this is saying with this trait, go through, change all this stuff. Damage radius. So this might not be like a primary definition. Well, there's Zeus weapon trait itself. There's Zeus range trait. Required false trait. Shield load ammo trait. So they have, this is, it's on for the one thing and off otherwise. And we have required false. Required false. Where's required true? Well, I guess individual things. Projectile shield alt 3 Poseidon. Poseidon range trait. Trait dependency text overrides. Beowulf out of Poseidon ranged. Shield loads ammo, required Poseidon range trait, required trait. So required false trait. That's the trait itself that's being modified. Inherit from Poseidon range trait. So skip, maybe that means in certain lists we don't bother showing it's a separate thing. So here's the thing that we were trying to look up. It has a required trait, which is probably a thing. Does this have soul defiance? No. No. What is it actually called? Like an ammo reload trait. Okay, required false trait yourself. Maybe there's more of that than I expected. Required meta upgrade selected. Ammo reload meta upgrade. Ammo meta upgrade. Last stand meta upgrade shield. Healing reduction shrine. Oh, so those are all meta upgrades? Ammo meta upgrade. So are the alternates upgrades and then you have the base ability of false? Well, what's your other thing? Quick reload. God. What the heck is this? Ammo. Wait, your ammo meta. Okay. Magnetism. Bow load ammo, shield load ammo trait. Auto reclaim. Okay, what's... Ammo reload wants... Reload ammo. Is it just ammo meta? What was it? Reload ammo meta upgrade? Okay, so that's the internal names of those. Required meta upgrade selected. Extra chance replenish meta upgrade. Oh, Chaos can bless you differently based on that. We're only going to be looking at things that we have data on elsewhere. Boon Hermes. Wait. Unstored. Oh. Wasn't that like First Strike or something? Oh, there's the, No, that's the Hermes one again. Yep. Let's get the painters out again. Required meta upgrade selected. Oh, and required false traits would be interesting too. I don't know if I'm going to get this rest of this stuff. And if I ever want to do in-app descriptions, which would be kind of cool, yes, would have to. Everything's going to inherit from that, huh? There's not a whole lot there. Required false reward type. Is that for the duo things? Trial of the Gods. That might be. Delayed start. All right, I think trait data is when we're loading already. So we want required false. We want... What else was it? Is it not trait data? That's a reward type. Required false trait and... Wasn't there something else? Oh, there's required false trait and required false traits. I guess it's just supports both. Required meta upgrade selected, and there's like is there a negative version of that? Alright, well, let's, yep, trait data. Trait icon. So we were only using that for icon. We were only using that for slot. Oh, required slotted. So we're basically going to have a whole mess of these things. Because I was iterating through some list of stuff. So that's ammo type. Well, it's really just meta. So there's meta and there's false traits. Huh, and there are specific things that also don't work with it. Now, this is going to potentially be an array. Did we have array of strings? I guess we're probably looking at this bin. Oh, yeah, we haven't actually written the function yet. How about that? If trait data required false traits. And this is one where I might have to check if there's a singular version of it. And I don't think there actually is any of this in the up, but maybe a specific thing inherits from something else. Oh, no, this is specifically slot. Slotted, slotted. And what don't you like about this? Oh, we lost. You. Okay, indeed you are misspelled. One of these is misspelled. Decide which one. Trait required false traits. Turrets. Required false traits. Oh, trait. Okay, we're already seeing some output there. Now, is this the thing where there was a singular version? Yes, there was. So I'm going to assume. I think one of these had both. But fine. Although the one where it looked like it was both, I think they were the same. Maybe there's fewer of these. No, they use them for singulars now as well. I guess they upgraded that at some point. Maybe it's a different one that had both. So if we have that, is that syntax? Yeah, no. And maybe I'm not going to worry about the singular version in up values. But you will check this in the up value, so that should be fine. Wait. We used to have this? Oh, well, it's still there, just got a different order, I guess. Or is that specifically that was, Oh, possibly got that from an up value, and then now we found something? No. Just random order every time. Wait. Secondary. Zeus charged bolt. Or this actually caused it to change to a different order. Zeus bolt. Yeah. Okay, it's just random. Okay, so that was actually one of those. Required trait? Shield load ammo trait. So that's actually what we need to see the shield load ammo Athena. What we need on the other side. Oh, is this going to be a required traits thing? We have the same. Huh. Only singular. Unless they completely changed the name of it. So you're almost going to be easier to do here where we got string. Let me see, we already did rec. So we already did slot, required slot. I don't know how... Well, I mean, all of the ranged things that require... shield load ammo. Should have that one. Acquired weapon, we're not gonna... Other than shield load ammo, I don't think anything is weapon specific. Except for the weapon upgrades themselves. But interestingly enough, this could almost be its own chart from the looks of things. Well, they're all going to be very independent networks, but there is a lot of little dependencies in here. Where are we in the... So this is all weapon stuff, it looks like. Defensive super generation. Ow! Shouts require the Wrath intro. Okay. Oh, and these actually do define God on them. And we can get that from elsewhere, but... False trait, false trait, false. Neat Wrath intro. False trait, text lines, false trait. Slotted. Oh, this is one that didn't make it in. I think one of the icons still has some hints of that though. If I could see it. No, maybe not. Or maybe there was a an unused icon in the actual files that had a hint of that. So there's more ammo. Required meta upgrade. Which would just be the two different things. You'd require one of them, and we assume they're exclusive. Is there ever a plural form of this? I don't think so. Required meta upgrade selected. Oh, this is the one that had the singular. We don't need that. So these aren't going to be as common. Okay, so Artemis has a ammo meta upgrade thing. Actually, yeah, she probably does. Oh, and Lightning Rod, yeah. So at some point we're going to have to look up ammo meta upgrade versus whatever the other one is. Slotted, false, text lines. Acquired self-effects multiplier. That's just itself. False traits, slotted trait, text lines. That's the gold thing. You're actually two different things. Do I have anything else from accumulating lists? Table.insert. Oh, well, you're a self-reference. I'm not as concerned about that one. That's going to affect offering requirements, and it's not going to affect the chart. Just have to keep an eye out for more of those. Meta upgrade, false trait, meta upgrade, whole bunch of false traits. Self-reference. Hopefully that the self-references don't mess me up. On super weapons. What's a well, that's a boon Zeus. Huh. I wonder if that one made it in. It's an Ares shout. Required min maximum last stands. Well, you have to be offered it. Okay. I don't think that's going to affect us much. That's a self-reference. Required. Oh, that's probably from the shop. So you have to have bought at least one fountain to get the fountain bonus. That's not going to be a big impact on most people. It would affect fresh file runs more or less. That's a custom required one of. So he actually does change on bow. Now, a ranged would not normally have that. Okay, so consumable data had that. Oh, this is a thing where we actually specifically look through that to get other... Oh no, you're a little bit different. Data. Data.consumables. If consumable data, if data.linked upgrades, was just saying it's a god. Data.linked upgrades. So that's linked upgrades. Do we go through basics at all here? Traits equals god traits. Table.insert god trait. Is this a complicated thing? That is, in fact, all of this stuff. Oh, was this end up being like extra? Oh no, we went through, okay, so these are basics. This is god trait with extras. So we should probably just check for required one of traits on anything, and I think it's actually a separate attribute than what we use for the regular requirements. Yeah, one from each set. And having done that, we could always check consumables, but we can kind of guess it's... Oh, and that checks consumables if we have consumable data for it. I guess the more for just check consumables on that. All right, trait required. Trait required 1 of trait. Which we can probably mash into requirements somewhere. I guess that's a 1 more to a... Probably never going to inherit that one. Maybe 1 more. Required slotted trait. This is going to be an array of strings. You're more... This is... You know what? This is the plural version of rec trait. Required trait, required 1 of trait. So it's like we could mash that up. I might even be able to get away with doing 1 from each set. Or even just 1 from set on like all of this required trait stuff. Because that one's not going to be a linked upgrade. Actually, we're doing required 1 of traits here. Oh, right, we did 1 of. As an extra. Which means you could even just be a 1 of. It'd have to be a plural. Oops. Oh, I just been... I know, this would be traits. Required 1 of traits. 1 of traits. And required 1 of trait. Then we can drop this. Just call it a 1 of. we think. Because it's only used in a couple of special situations. It should not conflict with required upgrades, or linked upgrades. This is specifically a Dionysus thing. And you're outputting to like output or something that I don't think I normally search. Okay, so the thing we ran into here was shield load ammo Dionysus ranged. Dionysus ranged trait. Which, okay, they've got a few more of those in there. And I'm not seeing any meta information on you. Oh, is this a case where our compile failed and it's like still dumped everything out? So is this in here? Did we do that? No, it just says done, so it wasn't a compile fail. Right, we were actually printing to the file, which would make it not valid Lua, but we were just kind of capturing output, which makes it harder to do debugging stuff. All right, what we're looking for, required one of traits. Okay, there's your first problem. Huh? Okay, we had a stray character somewhere. Local S. Okay, and then we hit this. Oh, and we copied code that was doing a string, and now it's an array of string. Array of strings. Nope, not you. Shield load ammo, one of bow, shield load ammo trait. Required false traits. And that looks like there's two things that exclude that. Okay. All right, so we're looking for requireds. Required false trait, required meta upgrade selected, text line, false traits, false trait, false trait, Demeter ranged bonus trait. Self-reference, I guess they must have solved that in the engine at some point. Slotted we've got. False trait, meta upgrade selected, false trait, false trait, false trait, false trait, false trait. False traits, meta upgrade selected, false trait, false trait. Slotted. Text lines. False rooms. Ah, yeah. So this is like the this is like all the assist stuff, which probably means that the BL list is weapons. Hades shout keeps. Oh, that's another. That's another thing we need to deal with. Because that will affect certain shouts. So is this the name of the keepsake? No, Hades shout trait. Regenerating super capped. So actually we might already have this in our data a few times. Yes. So require slotted trait, required false. So I'm almost wondering if I should put that in as Hades shout trait rather than Hades shout keepsake. Well, I guess in game you select the keepsake and it gives you that shout. Although I could alternately do that by just putting Hades in here. It would be an extra special case though. I might want some backing for this too. Although we're in HTML now, so like, I guess you could still do like a blurry. It's an image. I don't know if a drop shadow would work. And you don't even have style for that. So you technically in border. What are we if we're doing with color? We haven't done anything with color. It's all been images. Maybe. Background. Oh, maybe that would this be a border? No, that's the method border.color. Oh, this is an element actually. Yeah, I thought that'd be a square. Now it is inner glow, so it is doing more of the border than the other stuff. So I don't think maybe background shadow. No. Focus style. Oh, I turned up my audio for something. Focus style has a shadow. So can you even do this at all? Yeah, so this is this kind of stuff. I basically need to have a custom image to do what you'd really want here. Although I could do a little cutout of some sort. This would be more of a background thing. Oops. Although maybe specifying the roundness of the border. Yeah, so that would give me a color. So I was using something that was 40, right? Well, it makes this one look a lot better, that's for sure. We were using glow, which gave us a little bit of transparency. It's really kind of overkill. So this is more like a background dot color. Okay, that helps that stand out a little bit. I mean, I guess I could try to look up some of the God orb things, but that might be too much. Anyway, we were importing new data. And where were we doing that? traits decode, which I don't have to add to the data itself. No, actually, we already had a, the one-ofs should just go right in. We added required slotted, required trait. We should have already had that as a one-of. Required false traits. This used to be exclusive. Yeah, so you have a one from each set and a require false. So this is going to be a separate kind of requirement. We've got false cut, we got meta upgrade is, as far as I can tell, singular. So that one's relatively easy, but it's going to be a maybe for our purposes. Not necessarily a trait ID, if that ever becomes a thing. And all right, so we incorporated the others two. These are new. Now a bunch of code's going to be mad. And apparently it's something in some giant code at that. Wherever, so it's going to be the decoder for sure. Oh, and the trinkets. Oh, right, because we're using pre-built data right now. No, actually... So actually the thing we need to do to get rid of that spam is to Hades boons. Actually the monitor is fine. I'll just be loading things. I'll have to go back and update generation. Oh, so I'm using the trait that the cheapsate gives you. Oh. Interesting. This is going to kind of add some extra complexity here. All right, so I have to... Did I add a note for that? Yes. Have to deal with more gods. Yep, wrong decode. Trinkets, traits, linked upgrades, trait. All right, so already a pipeline. We put these after here. You're an array of strings. I guess we hadn't actually used that yet. Or a list of strings. Oh, you're not a maybe, you are just a... No, you actually are a maybe. But we can always turn it into an empty list. I actually kind of want to reverse these. Get our maybes together, and then this thing going into traits. Oh, I still have to do something with the keepsakes. Required meta. Required false traits is an empty list. All right. Required false. So I guess we take the maybe. Maybe list A to list A. Needs the first argument to be decoder. See, I was hoping I could just map this. I'd have to do the whole argument thing. Okay. So that's compilable. Doesn't seem to have really hurt anybody. We're just not processing any of this stuff. So required false traits that we can kind of trivially do now, or we have all the infrastructure we should need to do that. So what's an example? And should I just... I should probably do code generation. See, we don't even compile that if we're not running it. So traits. Maybe string. Here it is going to be definitely a list. To be list expression. List.map. List string. Oh, so this doesn't map it for us. We need... I can't just call it list. This dot map string over that thing. So I guess this is a... Oop. Okay, it redoes those again. Just in case layout changed. And that compiles. Although you're not using this right now. All right, so now we can look at generated traits elm for, let's see, some meta we can't really use right now. Required. Oop. Oh, no, I still have to do some of the encoding. Oh, it's not capital here. Oh, but because it has to be there, it's in every entry. So I guess maybe the traits JSON is actually better for that. We're generating supercap. Oh, and it's got a self-reference, so we have to see how that works out. And Hades shout. Shield load ammo, last stand. That's a self-reference. Self-reference. Well, okay, so here's some simple... So engulfing vortex, does it have... Well, we haven't encoded it yet. Traits. So we're looking for active, looking for boon status. Active traits, active slots, excluded traits, trait. I guess required false. So I think active is just straight up, is it in the list? It's excluded. Calculate excluded slot traits. Slot filled. Now you were getting all of the individual parts. You were getting all of the individual parts. No, you've got raw traits. You just got active traits and active slots. List god data. Cat map god trait. Okay, so if we're looking at trait here, So just the ID is an active traits slot filled. So actually, this might be like slot filled. Case trait dot slot if it cares. Has required. So it had required is in boon status. So we do this as excluded or as, well, that's for available, unavailable. So you would need active traits. This one thought of maybe this one is a list. It still kind of fits this mold. Set.member, although it could kind of fall into that too. Oh, do I want to turn this into a set? Because I'm basically doing set members on it. Or intersects or something. All right, we're in traits. Trait. Requirements. Yeah, you're using sets. So it would have already had a thing there for doing a set of blah. Now we're still decoding this. From the JSON as a list. We're doing it there. So this is more like requirements maybe. Map set.from list, so that just fills in there. And then this would become just set.empty. And then that changed what our trinket thing does. In CodeElm, list.map to, and then to set, or actually, does set deal with this for us? List.map string. Except now, you actually need to load this to see if it worked. All right, so it should be back to there. Required false traits. Which Hades Shout is one of them. Ooh, that could be something not working. How about Ares drag trait? Okay. So we have, that's requirements. Okay, so we're not importing this. So are we not decoding it? How would we know that? Got traits. I don't know if this is going to be useful enough. And actually, yeah, that's completely unformatted. So how about some of the stuff we were looking at here? Oh, boon status. This is going to be touching everyone. You have a nice little pipeline somewhere? Let's stop map trait. I see, I actually want to take this into like a whole sub thing where we filter them out. I guess printing just that property will probably get deduped by the console. No, I have to map this. This is a map. We just need, Okay, so we did not properly decode that. Required false trait set string. Oh, it's not actually a maybe. No, no, it's not. Might not be written in the JSON. Which makes it extra challenging. We just need a test case. Or maybe one of would be another way to do this, to say it either encodes as that or as an empty set. Since we don't actually care about the maybe part of it. Not that that will really help us here. All right, so that's field. You're a list. This is a decoder. I don't know if we can do anything useful with this. Yeah, decode internals. Right. Because that's an internal value. So that doesn't even run, which tells me it's probably just failing. Required false traits, required false traits. I don't really need that. Haven't found a good thing to do with you yet. Except we want to do something like that. We never even found the field. Because, you silly fool, we output that to here, and then put the good one in there for regular use. All right, generated required false traits. So these are the self-references. So we've got a blood frenzy here. If I can see it. We're not processing these yet. So that's kind of trivially true. We were looking at where to process that. And thinking that this might set up an exclusion condition. Boon excluded by requirements. Excluded derived traits. Okay, this is from this stuff. Okay, that's excluded by slot. Wait, what are you taking? Traits and excluded traits. This is indeed dependent. On... Now this is dependent on active, which is one of the things we're processing here. But it might be nice to have it in a separate step. Also, we're filtering. From all traits to the excluded traits. So we're just knocking out active. Then we're taking exactly the things that are filled. And then we've reduced the set of traits. So we sort of do need a separate pass through all of the traits to see which ones are excluded. So these are derived. Oh shoot, these can be excluded from duos. So actually, I guess you would come down here. Basics, duos. Oh, but excluded by requirements. But you don't currently get active traits. All right, this is the propagate exclusions, which I guess we'd want to do after direct active. So we have to do this as we're updating the excluded traits. Or we like do two of these things and union them. So it's going to look more like this. Active traits, we don't need slots, we either need previously excluded or we have to separate, do these as two passes. So you're just going to get the active slots. Active traits, active slots. Or no, we don't care about slots. So God traits. We're not going to call them excluded if they're active. And this is where we had to do, let's just set membership, right? Right. But it's this trait's required false. Oh, is this an n squared? No, because it's set membership, but it's the active slots. Is it intersection? Means I probably took this. Probably got bumped from you by accident. Actually, it's a little weird, but that might work. Filter needs the argument to be bool. Oh, and then we need to do like set dot is empty. And figure out if we want positive or negative of that. Okay, so we still need some parentheses here. Okay. So I'm gonna guess that's I want the not on that. All right, so he said you were one that was incompatible with yourself. Well, we've already excluded this, so that's not a big deal. We've already got this open, right? Curse of Drowning. Poseidon Ares projectile trait. That's a self-ref, that's a self-ref, that's a self-ref. Freezing Vortex, Ares homing. Which one's homing? Engulfing Vortex? Okay, so that's currently, it counts as available. Or did that actually end up being the duo with Artemis? Ah, okay. Hmm. That's something somebody cares about. And we're not noticing it. So, what are we getting here? That actually sort of works. I'm not seeing this particular one offhand. Well, this is trait data. So it's in trait.json. Oh, actually, stationary rift. No, that's another duo. Oh, it reversed the list. Okay, that threw me off a little bit. I'm still not seeing it here. Am I not considering duos in any of this? Oh, for slots, I wouldn't have, and that's the code I copied. Data.traits. So for a god data, that's all traits, which I guess if they were just giving it the gods before. We have all traits. We took the gods and duos out. Which we sort of don't want to do here, because, oh no, you're dealing with that stuff. You get only a list of gods. But duos is like a completely separate thing. So you're not list god data, and we're just immediately doing this anyway. You might just need a list of traits. And then you either have to feed that or we have to take traits so you can do all. Is there a convenient accessor for that? Basic boons, not quite. I guess there's not. We've already got god traits because they're getting a field out of a god. We've got duo boons of traits. We've got boons of... Oh, I mean, we weren't using that type of thing of. Boons of God. Thinkable gods, all gods. Yeah. What's god data? We're dealing with excluded stuff. But then I still need all that stuff. Well, we need duos. We need gods. Actually, is this the thing where we can do... that? Oh, did I already change what I'm giving to you? I'm still saying gods. Or did I start changing some stuff here without thinking about it. Oh, I said this. I just said this was a list of traits, not a list of gods. But now we can do all traits. Needs the second argument to be list of god data. Excludes thought traits. Oh, did I change the wrong one? Why did I only print out 2 of these? That's happened to be the ones we're looking at. Okay, you're excluded. Well, apparently there's 2 things that care about this. Oh, maybe you are, this thing excluded, did a self-exclude. Why is it only doing those 2, though? That's got me a little bit weird. I don't really have shield load ammo done yet. That's a self-reference, 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 self-reference. Where can I cut that out? Well, ideally we cut it out of JSON. I mean, dealing with the Lua. Would mean doing some, I don't know which version of Lua this is based on. Do we have... What are we doing to run this? Lua 5.4. Okay, so it's 5.4. Language, standard libraries, dip. Table manipulation. Concat insert move pack remove. Removes the list element position. So we have no help for finding something in a list. I could remove it as a post step of the code. That would keep it out of precompiled data. I don't have any handy helpers for that already, do I? Now I'd have to write a function that says like remove from list. All right, we had a loop here. So it'd iterate through. If we found it, we would remove that position and then call it done. Just an if then. Table.remove from this list at position I, and done. So this last should be easier to do here. This may result in some empty lists. Okay. Attempt to call it. Oh, I defined this below. Okay, 233. Yes, we did. Oh, you're not checking for is a valid thing. Okay, homing laser trait. Well, there's self laser trait. Acquired false traits. Multi laser trait. I remember multi laser trait. Did that one not make the cut? Yeah, that one didn't make the cut. Unless it's a weapon upgrade that I've never gotten. All right. Static data update. Why am I still seeing just these two? Oh, that's right. We were looking for other things that had exclusions. We wanted to get the noise out. So homing laser and self laser should be mutually exclusive. So that's going to be some Demeter interactions. All based off this stuff. Wait. What? Oh yeah, because it's a freeze thing based off your cast. Okay. So the meter artist will be across here, and self laser is going to be here. So that seems fine. Poseidon Ares projectile trait. So we can represent this logically. I don't know. This might be too hard to represent graphically. Or at least I've got a list now. Wow, that's got a lot of exclusions. I guess some of them are duos. No, it just happened to be behind there. We're not excluding Ares. Now, just effect notes. This is just some other prerequisites right now. Dependency data. Oh, this is a design issue, though. All right, so we pulled in required false, required meta, and one of, which should have already been processed by consumables and other things. And one of was actually only a actually, that may have shut down. Yeah, all the flares, because now they require that required the other thing. We're not using that here. Huh, I could actually have this select only available boons. That would take care of this problem. And it would generally narrow things as... Well, no, it's already slot excluded, so... But if something did happen to exclude you... Now, should that show locked? Well, I think because of this specifically, we should just not show unavailable ones. And then it has to put, after it has to put into thing to switch shield mode. Some menu. So we filtered is slot. We would ought to do... How much does it take to get available status? We haven't dealt with that at all at this level of things. That would be a boon status, which we pass on to you. So we do have a bottle.boon status, which I think is a trade ID lookup. The trait boon status, yeah. And it's a dict lookup, so it can still not be there. So we want these to be available. There's excluded, there's active. Well, if it's active, we get locked in. And I need to think about ways to like unset and things too. So active or available? Well, no, as soon as we select one of these, they become unavailable. In fact, they become excluded. So clicking on the menu would then we'd want to have that immediately unassign it so that that all becomes available for that slot. And that handles your, and then if we let that close the menu, we have a way to unassign. We do have a model. So this is going to be a boon trait. We only need the ID. I want to test this against two values. Indentation is very confused. Very confused. What do I call that? I guess I just misspelled it. Or maybe I didn't import this status here. That's definitely a thing. Or dict. Oh, we didn't deal with just. And that's where we're locked into there, but it will solve this problem, especially once we get a way to actually pick that. All right, so now what we want to do, this should be a button, so we know what that does. I forgot what I called the message. Gonna be UI on mouse, select slot. So this gets a little bit more complicated. It tried. Oh, we also want this to unassign any active thing here. Is there a set.remove? I mean, I'm assuming we have some sort of oh, this would be. It's not quite the same as this, is it? This is going to be anything in this slot. So are we sending a... No, this was the God slot thing. Select primary slot God. We don't have a punt on this. Active trait set.diff. Primary menu closed. So that handles picking a menu item. Anytime we click on the menu, that probably works. We've got a slot. Okay, so we can pick something. That's not doing what we want. I can close the menu, but what's up with you? Oh, we probably do use this as a secondary thing too. Model.traits. How do I get this back into a model? Oh, with default closed, select boon in closed. So this is a model with set.diff active traits, model.traits, boons for slot. Oh, this is going the other way. Now remove any other trait that was in there. And then we go through and select boon out of that model. Oh, you know what? This is not even deselecting you. Oh, are we That's a little weird. Actually, I do need to get rid of that. Oh, because we had a search term. Okay, so that's the entire list. Hades boons. Okay, weapon trait. There's all of those. That processes this stuff. Make it into a new set. Or does it print sets as arrays? I guess that's not unreasonable. No, I actually want you right here. You say. Oh, I need to update all my status information. Select boon probably did that before me before. Update derived status. So now we can actually change our mind. I guess you could change your mind before. Let's see. I don't know of anything. I'm not sure there is anything that would exclude one of these abilities, these basic abilities. And we can close the menu, so this is one way to clear those. It doesn't remove things that depend on them. I'm not sure I want to do that if somebody's just playing with something. Slot menus show available. Okay, so now we need some way to do a weapon select. So I think the only weapons that matter, and we could traipse through our required, well, either required or, no, there's gonna be a lot more one-ofs. There's also shield load ammo and bow load ammo. I think those are the only weapons that are gonna matter. We don't really have a spot for that. We're going to have keepsake, we're going to have weapon, we're going to have soul. So actually that will, I guess, put some design pressure on this space. Because that whole thing is going to get bigger. Which means we have to size it differently. So there's the background. Slot select. Okay, so that was not what we're looking for. Primary boon backing. Oh, God. Too many parentheses. Ah, the scale is what we're looking for. Model.window height plus some indent. That's available space. Ooh. I thought I put more limits on that. That's an at most. I guess I need an at least. Maybe not. I maybe didn't define you. Nope. So at some point, ooh, do I just statically turn off scroll bars? Maybe because it's an in front. Do I have to make you behind content? That seems a little fishy. Which suggests we might want to gear extra stuff more towards the top to make sure it stays visible. It's like, this stuff can all be done on the chart. And if I actually chart some of this stuff, then that would be on there too. All right, so there's the slot select itself. God select, slot select, so it's part of that. But the slot select itself might want to be its own thing because of that. Or I could make this into a kind of like right sidebar with all the other stuff. I don't think you ever have anything for weapon. Oh, you know what? The modifier for a weapon shows up here. And I guess that the type of soul would kind of show up at the bottom. I don't know if there's any convenient pictures of how the spacing works out. I guess I could use that for secondary things. What does that look like though? So we've got the column for that stuff. And that puts you in a row with two columns of things. Hmm. So some of this is going to be very closely related to that. Some of this is going to be required for the whole assemblage. No, attributes. Ooh. Oh, no, what actually happened is he just got smaller. Which means that the sizes, it was kind of an accident that the sizes worked out before. I need to do better scaling of those, which means we reused an icon thing. So we actually don't really need you to be a button. It was just kind of a thing that worked out with what we had. It's not an input dot button. It's essentially this thing. Maybe need a wrapper L for the width. We don't need this stuff. That's the label field. Oh, images do have that. Okay, display got button. And we put the background on your container. We could probably put that on display got icon. And I could probably put that in here. Although maybe, we have the size issue. And that size depended on that. Oh, this is border and background. Okay, we got the background. We're gonna get the border. Okay, now what we've been passing to the other stuff here is scaled. I don't know if identity would work here because it's float to int. In which case we would do round. Okay. Well, that's not going to quite work. That'll be about right. Oh, yep. Now, possibly this should be doing some more active scaling as well. So create some space for that. Okay, so this doesn't look terrible. We need to... All right, we're seeing for the other column. You're going to have a different padding, which I forget what these are. They're like 150 something. Right, because it's all the same slot right now. So that's too far down and too far over. Okay, right. The over is just the row. Hmm. What the? Left? Okay. When left is not left. Okay, we can do that. It's going to cut it in half. I don't know what our actual spacing here is. Wow. Okay. Sure. I guess nobody calls it that. Yeah, these are all promotional images. These aren't much better. Well, okay, so that one was cut off a little bit. Oh, and weapons have their own frame. So that's actually not too far off. I don't know if we have anything to put here for like the no weapon case, but yeah, I don't have anything for frame right now. Well, we have a slot ID. I guess we can make up a. Oh, I never did a type for slot either. Oh, actually, we've got a separate thing for keepsake. Well, this is a keepsake menu. Which weapon menu, keepsake menu? Maybe those don't have to be different. So that's menu, boon icon, boog icon. What are you? Oh, you're a frame. So we did do some of this. Let's see. So these are primary boons. No, that's for the images. Boon icon frames. When I actually want to view the images. Maybe that's too big. That's hammer upgrade. I guess that does mean it's a weapon thing. Hmm. Maybe, would that actually be a passive because it's part of the weapon abilities? I see, I can't tell if there's like a special. That's that's definitely using the hammer frame. Do you have anything about weapons? Daedalus Hammer. Infernal Arms. Okay, so this would be in the individual ones. Yeah, there's the base icon. Doesn't show what frame it uses. I guess we should just assume passive for now. I was going to find another screenshot. Of course, those things normally wouldn't be up. It's like only when you like just recently got it. I see it's probably a weapon upgrade. Is that like earlier access when they actually showed you everything? I might just have to look at that next time in game. Oh, God mode. That's a passive. Okay, that actually looks like one of the shield things. And that's like a entirely. Oh, because it actually has. Are those just straight up boon icons? Because they've got the. They kind of have the grades on them. Okay, so maybe it's just straight up boon frame. In which case, I wouldn't actually need a separate thing for this. Well, this is slot, and maybe slot has to, which would go to a boon frame. Now, I don't know if we have a general icon for weapons. I might just have to pick like there is a there is somewhere a thing of all the weapon stuff. Weapons, weapon enchantments. Or Guan Yu 14. These almost feel like weapon enhancements. Yeah, it's like a lot of bows. Oh, okay, the aspects and then the weapons. Okay, whatever. So we'd probably do like sword base just as your punt. And we need to care about that one and that one. So I guess I would have to put these in as fake traits, huh? That's the way we've done things. Is actually going to be in here. No, we need you. Back to live load. Traits to code. We called them trinkets. What do we do with this? List.append to blah, 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 blah. So it's not exactly trinkets. Oh, this is as we're going, so we had to put them into the gods group. Those actually sort of associate with gods. The weapons really don't. I don't want to put them in as duos, because in some cases I process duos a little bit later on. So separating the types is becoming painful. I actually think I had to put these into the gods because I do some processing, assuming everything for that god is there. And then this has, the weapons have the extra problem that these are going to be in multiples of those like single god pools. So we just have to treat it a little bit differently. So do we actually boot this out of the decode step? Well, it's decoding traits, right? No, we pull duos out? We pull duos out separately. Somewhere. So you're just a list of gods initially. If it's constant data, I guess we could just put it in there. Oh, and then you're a 2-argument thing. We're kind of going to need some place to put the soul thing too, so this might be like Misc traits. All right, so how much trouble is that going to cause? It definitely won't work with our pre-processed one. And actually, do I have is there a place in the processing where I could stick this into traits as well? Well, this is going to get called when we load the stuff from the file. Why don't we do this when we're loading traits? Did I maybe use make traits elsewhere? Compiled. No, not currently. So that is doing a very, very specific thing. But we are still at the gods level here. So what would that look like? List god data, traits.god data of a god data record. Tag traits, all traits. Data traits. Oh, and where does this go into the import stage? What do we generate from? What we call decode traits, which calls make traits, which would still give us the data if it was done there. Tag linked. Oh, this is the duo type and stuff, right? Boon type from requirements. These things don't have requirements, so they don't need to be tagged. I don't think having their trait IDs in here is going to make any difference. Oh, they're already, we already have references to them if they're there. So we could do this as a post process, kind of in the same place. Well, I wouldn't want to modify it here. And as far as including things with their specific god, that may have been a little bit of a kludge. And maybe we kind of have primary references here. But if I'm going to be referencing things that are related to particular weapon traits, I'm going to need that Misc pool in there anyway. Like I said, I don't need to deal with trinkets yet. And we don't have stuff in the chart yet. That's just going to be a pain in the butt later. I might not want that. Maybe I want that as a name elsewhere. Well, if it's static data, it could just be a static thing. Although I guess if we've got, I mean, you always have a weapon, but for purposes of this, we could still treat that as a select none. Although we have to have something here for this. So what do you put there as a generic weapon icon? And I actually, oh, this is actually, okay, so this one isn't a trait is the problem. So maybe you have to do something special for your empty slot. I think it might actually be a trait. This is a little bit of a problem. I might have to deal with another case there. Or not bow shield. Beowulf? Beowulf. Not doing anything with this yet. We're probably even ignoring boon type. All right, what can we do now? Slot icon. We have to have a default image. Maybe we can look for something better later as far as a empty slot thing. Well, I could just do a plain old color. But then it's not going to indicate that it's a weapon. Got it? Oh, right, because we don't have these. Doesn't line up. So I can't just use generic slot icon. And your menu isn't going to be including these extra things. So keepsake menu, boons for slot. Slot menu. Traits basic boons is slot. I see. We could just do that. Oh, but because it's constant data. Duo boons, boons for slot. This isn't even a pipe. It has a trait. Oh, we haven't called weapon menu. Okay, so it tried to load something and didn't find it. Which is interesting. Oh, okay, so she had some lag there. So what did we typo? Enhancement. Not enchantment. That's an enchantment. That's an enchantment. No. Bow, ek, hant, ment. Have we not recompiled properly? Yep, okay, that was it. So these feel well centered in here. Maybe I've never been properly centered in this, and I just couldn't tell because it was a black frame. These are probably slightly different sizes. That's the thing I haven't properly dealt with. Yeah, that's better. I guess these would you even know? Actually, those are feeling a little bit down. But we have no, right, because it's actually trying to pick like a keepsake or something. And actually, if that's the trait, what do we cut out? Exit wounds, I believe. It hasn't affected casts, though. Although it's made this available. So it hasn't made that unavailable. I see I don't have the text on these. Oh, it's made 2 of those available. Okay, so I guess that's doing a toggle. So what are we sending right now? Select keepsake, which it's a trade ID, so that's pretty close, really. It might affect which slot we clear. Oop, don't change it. Which I don't know if I ever extended that clear idea to that menu. And this could probably be done over if we just had a slot thing in there. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't have the clear slot. All right, oh, that relies on data that we're not including the, we're not including that in. Model.traits, boons for slots. So actually, I guess that means boons for slot. Would have to consider that. So you did basic boons. That gets a few of your exclusions in. What we don't do is knock out regular casts. I don't know what the data behind that is. It's like in theory, something like this. Shield load ammo trait. Oh. So is this a bug in Poseidon's coding? Maybe they have a separate check for that and they're like leftovers of that. Got subsumed by a different method. Huh. So what's going on there? Shop tier 1. Oh, are you the same thing? Inherit from... So you're the same thing, and you just tweak some values. Which means you're not actually excluded. Trait dependency text override. I didn't look at Dionysus, did I? Yeah, okay. Interesting. You actually have a bow ranged ammo. Or a bow load ammo. I've never seen you in this data, though. Yeah, so it's not separate in that sense. So it's just some trait overrides. So it's Poseidon and... Dionysus. They have separate. Yeah, we've had icons for them, so they're doing something there. So the issue here is that we don't exclude. We don't have exclusions on there. Because they inherit from the other one. I think everything has got an inherit from, so it's a... So that's actually information about this. So we've got that, we inherit from you. We've got that, we inherit from you. So those have the right requirements on them. It's the base level that's going to be messed up. Interestingly, those are exactly the two that do this. It's just a manual fix-up. The only way I could get that from the data would be look for skip true. Would be to see if anything inherits from us, look for skip true, and if so, add its required one of traits to required false traits. Do these other things have other things? Oh, there's lots of them, obviously. You don't have anything special. You don't have any other special things. Trait dependency text override. Wait, are you only used for this? Poseidon ranged, Dionysus ranged. If we have trait dependency text override for that attribute, we actually exclude it. So required false trait, no. Required false trait, no. Inherit from, oh. Those things inherit from this. Well, shop tier 1 doesn't have that ability. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. It's a long list. Wait. Does tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 basically encode rarity? Huh. I've been implying levels so far. So that would be like common, rare, epic. That would mean that there would have to be... No, because that's not the aspect of the trait. Huh. I'm thinking perhaps that we should not do inherit from on this one, if we're going to do this. So it is trait dependency text overrides. Then we need to look up the keys in here. This is not iPairs, this is pairs. And we want to table.insert. I think it's the table. Oh, false keyword. Oh, no, I was searching for it. Insert just table value. No, not per loop. All right, Poseidon ranged trait. We need the actual one. Required false, shield load ammo. Dionysus ranged trait. Actual one, required false. So that should exclude you. That should exclude you. Now we don't actually lock the others, which is interesting. One of each. One of each. I don't think that there's going to be like any duos that depend on that you wouldn't be able to show locked out. But the way it's encoded right now, there's no distinction between excluded and available for these. I guess I could put in a special case for excluded. I'm not sure how to code that. Say if we don't have shield load ammo trait, then that's an excluded thing. Bit of a special case, but it's already like special case data. If trait is active, if trait is excluded, we would say if it requires, I feel like just seeing this would be easier. Excluded derived, excluded traits. Right, we did a single union with these. We've got active traits. Okay, so the way to flow this. And actually, I think I want to take you. And do something like set.diff. Keeps values that do not appear in the second set. So we've got the custom list. I think this would be a custom set. Maybe that should be defined somewhere. And we've got active traits. So this would be active traits. No, it would be this list, diff active traits. It keeps values that do not appear. So it would keep from the first list. If we would say, yeah, saying active traits diff that doesn't flow nice. Okay, so this has not excluded anything. That should be, yeah, exclude. Oh no, flood flare, flare. But we weren't seeing the derived one, so it wasn't really popping out. Which also means that these things are now excluded, which means that if there's anything that, I guess those are still in slots, so most of the time, a thing that would exclude that would also count this slot as out. That stuff would all be working fine. It would only be in specific cases where it was one of these, but you still hadn't filled up your cast. Yeah, that'd still be available. So it would be a specific off of one of these, which maybe would matter with Artemis. There's a lot of stuff off of this. But it's linked into a lot of other things, so you almost have to have like every other ability filled. But that includes it. That could go off the regular cast. Oh no, and be in. No, that's excluded from here. Now this does not automatically invert us. All right, one case. And it makes me think I should almost just put the soul here, even though it wouldn't normally be here. Which means we could shrink, we could zoom that back up. Just because it's a set of things. And yeah, I can clear that. Let's see, is this thing a specific note? No, it's not even in here. It's just an issue. All right. Special weapons, I guess. right, so we need to do soul, and that might kind of cover everything for that type of stuff. Oh, there's Hades keepsake. Oh, and there's any call, any cast. I'm not always doing declarative programming, but I'm in Elm pretty often. Is that something where you want a pull request, or just you're asking permission now? Okay. Yeah, at the moment I'm in Elm pretty regularly. I mean, sometimes I'm using plain JavaScript, sometimes I'm doing Ruby, sometimes I'm doing C. A lot of times I'm doing games. But I'll usually have Elm in there when I'm doing that. Or Elm in the title. Ooh, does this not scale well? Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I'm not necessarily... Right now it's mainly Monday and Saturday mornings, and Saturday is going to be one of the more variable ones probably. Most of the time, let's... This is also an LMAP. So yeah, Monday, Saturday are the main programming times. Sometimes when I feel like doing an evening stream, I'll do that. But like all of this is games, or very often games, especially these. Sometimes these. So yeah, sometimes I'm doing declarative, sometimes I'm not. So I don't know what kind of filter you have on that. Well, I mean, the pure non-programming streams, science and technology will take care of most of it. I mean, occasionally I will, like, if I'm like maybe today I could have even been doing under Hades, because we're kind of dealing with how to deal with these weapons. There was still a lot of code. That would be one filter that would catch a lot of it. But then maybe people go under just chatting sometimes too. So I don't know. However, this seems to have drifted a little bit. Maybe because this scaling factor went off. That was one of these spacings. Well, there's the programming tag. I don't know if I've dealt with that much API-wise. Yeah. It actually get worse. Oh, we actually need to do like 45. All right, we need to figure out which direction we're going here. Well, that was something, all right. It was a little too much, though. Okay, so that's the right direction. So we've got Infernal Soul. We've got that's more graph layout things. Hades Keepsake is on there. I guess I should probably just have this. Need a better icon for that sometime. And maybe sometimes see if there's a generic icon for weapon, but I don't know what there is. Maybe I could like take this and kind of darken it down like that. Take one of these swords, take some of the extras off of it. Man, you always have some weapon. Anyway, it's getting to be lunchtime. So there's that schedule again. I will see if I have anything to recommend. We kind of just went over mostly programming in the mornings. I'm trying to work on this project right now, but I might occasionally do other things. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support from subscribers. Let's see. Do I have any other coding on right now? Bye. There's some graphic stuff. No, I might need to do with our scouting sometime. Well, I see some Factorio, and that's almost like programming. So if you're looking for something that's cool to hang out, Dragonfly's playing some Factorio, and that's someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me, and goodbye, and until next time.